Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Kiru, if you want to, if not, not. See, I've always said NCRT is for foundational knowledge. I've already taught you above that. You can go back and revise from it. No issues at all. Good morning. Good morning. Ananya, what the question is incomplete. 1535 did was subjugated by whom? You mean what? Good morning. Okay. So the agenda for today is that we'll start with constitutional development, two Indian Council Acts. (1861), 1892, and thereafter, they would be subjugated by Portuguese. Thereafter, we'll go into partition of Bengal. We'll have a formal discussion with regards to the extremists. Who are the extremists? And then we'll go into Swadeshi, Surat split, and then we'll do previous year questions, mains. Previous questions, mains. So that is the agenda for today. So we'll start with Indian Council Acts. We'll go to extremists, partition of Bengal, Swadeshi, Surat split, and thereafter the previous year mains question. Portuguese Ananya. The most important discussion here is Indian Council Acts, and then this set. Extremist ideology already know, but I just have to formally introduce it to you. So, yes, good morning. Previous year questions, pre we did last week. Mains are equally important. So, mains I will do this week, and then again pre next week. Compare and contrast means that you have to tell them the similarity, dissimilarity. Gandhi, not today. Gandhi next Tuesday. The agenda will be 1909 to 1915 on Tuesday. And then Monday is a holiday, as you know, Labor Day. Thereafter, 1915 and Gandhi, Advent of Gandhi, we will do on Tuesday, Wednesday. This will be Tuesday. This will be Wednesday. We'll most probably discuss 1919 to 1922 till 24, not 24, but 23 on Thursday, which is technically Rowlatt and NCM. And we should be talking about the first wave of revolutionaries also. So by next Friday, we'll be reaching Swarajist no changes. So we'll be in 23 to 29. So yeah, that is the basic agenda. We'll be pushing like this. Today it's about entering into the 20th century, which is 1900s. But yeah, Advent of Gandhi here, 1909. We'll start with Morley Minto and then go in till Home Rule League, and thereafter Advent of Gandhi, South Africa, and till Champaran Kheda, Ahmedabad. Thereafter Rowlatt Satyagraha, 1919 to end of NCM, Chauri Chaura, and thereafter Swarajist no changes till the Pavlari Declaration of Irvin. So that is the basic agenda for next week. This week we'll do this. If everybody is here, can we begin our discussion? Constitutional development. Yes. Great. So, as I said, today's agenda, first, the concept of constitutional history. We previously done a set, we have to now take it forward. So, as of 1860, we need to first understand what is the structure. What is the structure? Then we can only understand the change. So, the change is that, Shakib, you're in the wrong class. CSAT I'm not teaching. As of 1860s, you have the following structure. The Secretary of State plus 15 members, together called the India House. He operates in India via Governor General and Viceroy, and he thereafter has Governor of Bombay, Governor of Madras, Governor of Bengal. He has his own, what we call as, Legislative Council and what we call as Executive Council. This is the basic structure. How the administration of this period look like. This is how it is. Now, which body makes laws for all of India and for the provinces? Very good. There is what is called as legislative centralization, and therefore, together with the Governor General and Viceroy, like the President and the Parliament, this is the law-making body of the British India. So the Legislative Council first makes the laws, and thereafter the Governor General and Viceroy approves it, and therefore it becomes a law. The law is made by legislature, executed by the Executive Council. So Legislative Council is the sole law-making body in India, and this is the basic structure which is there as of 1860. Anybody has any issue here? The Governor of Madras can send certain suggestions, but there is no. Yesterday it was Governor General Executive, you did opposite. And I don't know, I didn't even refer to this yesterday, but right, whatever. Legislative Council legislates, Executive Council executes. So you have to be more specific. What are you trying to say? Okay. Thereafter, now we have to discuss how does the Indian Council Act 1861 change everything. Now please understand this thing very, very clearly, that this is immediately after the revolt of 1857. Further, you need to also understand one thing, which is that this is not that the INC has been formed. This is happening automatically. INC will be formed in 1885. This Council Act is just the British reorganizing India a little bit. And under Crown rule, what we see is that there is a new shift, and that is called from legislative centralization to legislative decentralization. And therefore, the Indian Council Act 1861 and forward, there is a proper movement for what is called legislative decentralization, wherein power will be disbursed back to the governors of the provinces. So please understand this very, very clearly, and I'll write this down somewhere, that basically the period between 1773 to 1858, maximum till 1861, is considered legislative centralization. I'll show you how it is getting decentralized. But 1861 onwards, until we reach till 1935, it is called legislative decentralization. So there's a progressive law-making power that will be pushed back to the governors. So with regards to the English structure in England, there is no major change here. You have the Secretary of State, plus his 15 members, together called the India House. This doesn't change. Thereafter, you have the Governor General and Viceroy. Now there will be certain changes here. In the Legislative Council and the Executive Council, the first major change is that in the Legislative Council, 3 Indians will be nominated by the British for the first time. Meaning, for the first time, 3 Indians will be nominated to the Legislative Council. But ironically, they all were proper loyalists, Raja of Bihar, Raja of Patiala. So it was proper. Sir Dinkar Rao, proper loyalists were there. So you have the Maharaja of Patiala, the Raja of Banaras, and Sir Dinkar Rao, all three proper loyalists. So it was just a drama which they actually doing. Thereafter, in the Executive Council, it introduces the concept of what is called portfolio system. Portfolio system, where when there is an election in India, after the election, when the media says that portfolio distribution is going to happen, what does that mean? What does that mean? It means how ministers and ministries will be given to which minister, right? Which ministries will be given to which minister. That is the ministerial distribution. Now, the concept of minister and ministerial distribution comes from the 1861 Act. The concept of portfolio system is nothing but basically everybody's role in the Executive Council gets defined. So like the ministry concept, the role of executive councillors get defined and divided into departments. So very simply, Komal, we're doing constitutional history 1861 and 92. The simple point of the matter is that the 2 major changes are in the roles. So executive council, you have portfolio system wherein they add executive councillors because they were fighting with each other. Now they have a defined zone that you will manage finance, you will manage defense, you will manage home, you will manage this, you will manage that. Basically, portfolio division has happened wherein everybody gets a defined department in that regard. On the other hand, in the Legislative Council, there is 3 Indians who will get nominated for the first time. For the first time, 3 Indians will get nominated. So you have Secretary of State in England, Governor General and Viceroy, and within his Executive and Legislative Council, they have made a little bit of changes. First being that 3 Indians have been added, all an eyewash, and Executive Council portfolio system has been introduced, wherein now Executive Councillors have their role defined. Till this point, it's technically allocation of departments or ministries, if you want to call it. These 2 points, anybody has any issue? No? Very good, clear. But the major change actually does not happen here. The major change happens here, which is that firstly, the number of provinces will get increased. You will have, one second, you will have you already have Madras, you have Bombay, you have Bengal. Are Indians in the portfolio system? No. No Indians here. No Indians here. Executive Council, no Indians. All Europeans. You had these 3. Now 3 more are added. You will have a new one which is called Oudh, nothing but Awadh. Thereafter Punjab and the northern or the northwestern province. Northwestern province. Punjab is Punjab, northwestern province is nothing but Pakistan, Afghanistan part. So there will be now an expansion of the what we call as provinces, and each of them will have their own governor. This is the first thing, addition 1, 2, 3. But what is even more interesting is that these governors will, for the first time, now get their legislative councils, what we call as provincial legislative council. Each of them, PLCs, this is called what? This is called what? When you are giving the law making power back to the governor. What is it called? Legislative decentralization. Very good. So the third change is here. These are the 3 major changes under Indian Council Act of 1861, wherein you have 3 Indians who will get nominated to the Legislative Council. You have 2 Indians who, rather, the second is that the portfolio system which is going to get introduced at the Executive Council level, and thereafter the legislative decentralization. So you see from this, which is legislative centralization in the Legislative Council itself, now the system has become even more broad and even more what we call as based on power getting dispersed out. Power getting dispersed out. So I hope that these 3 points are clear. If not, I'll write it in a different way. It should be clear. And then we'll look at the PPT. Is this making sense? What do we mean by decentralization and how significant it is that you have provincial legislative councils which have come up, wherein power has now been dispersed back to the governor. Okay. Now, very simply, you can make this structure in a much simpler way also. You can make it like this. You have India House, which is Secretary of State plus 15 members. Under it, the Governor General and Viceroy of India. Under that, you have governors who have under them provincial legislative councils. These governors include Madras, Bengal, Bombay, Awadh, Punjab, North Western Province. He thereafter has his two councils, Legislative Council, Executive Council. Three Indians are here. Here you have portfolio system. Now, does it make sense? Saksham, don't have to learn the number of members in every PLC. That is going to be a futile exercise. Second is that how are they elected? They are nominated. All of them are nominated. Right? The governors are all governors are all British. Governor General is British. Executive Council is British. Legislative Council, only 3 Indians are there. Provincial Legislative Council, it is actually Indians who will be getting nominated. Here you have Indian representation, but all nominated as of right now. British nominated. What is more significant is that if British were ready to give the provincer, the governors back their legislative power, portfolio system is nothing but the fact that now if there are 5 people, they all used to take decisions on everything. Now think of them as the Council of Ministers. Everybody in the Executive Council has his role defined already. Portfolio system is the precursor of how we divide the cabinet today. The provincial governors only have a legislative council, not a executive council. No election system, which I will tell you, which is the next 91. How is Punjab different? Punjab is Punjab, today Punjab. Pakistan and Punjab are different, right? So Pakistan is northwestern province, Punjab is Punjab. Loyalist means that they all were people who would always support the British. Are we clear? A lot of you joined late and now are asking me very simple basic questions we've already covered. So the basic simple point of the matter is that you have an evolution of structure. I'm repeating myself, and it's the last time because I can see everybody's name when they join. So I know who's joining and then what time they're joining and what question they're asking me. So as of 1860, Secretary of State, India House, Governor General and Viceroy, Legislative Council, Executive Council, and you have 3 governors. All power resides in the Legislative Council along with the Governor General and Viceroy. 1861 Indian Council Act is going to change that. It is going to first introduce Indian representation in the Legislative Council. Thereafter, the Executive Council will get portfolio system. The Executive Councillor's role will be defined for the first time. And thereafter, you will have Provincial Legislative Council, which will come up along with addition of 3 new provinces. And remember that there is only Indian representation in legislature as of right now. 3 in Legislative Council, and the PLCs the British will nominate some people to the provincial legislative councils. Right? Okay. Why need to change? Because the British need to do a drama. The last act was passed by the East India Company. This is the first act of the Crown in that regard. Yes, can we move forward? Right. What are the basic changes of Indian Council Act 1861? It introduced after 1858 once Crown rule comes in. First passed by the British on 1st August 1861. Process of legislative centralization was still there till this act was not there. And this act will reverse this. It will technically reverse the concept now. What will happen is that there will be an expansion of Viceroy's Executive Council. Does not really matter to us. For the executive functions of the council, a fifth member was added. But in the Executive Council, portfolio system is going to come. So all of these 5 men have their own roles defined. Canning will for the first time nominate 3 Indians. Raja of Benares, the Maharaja of Patiala and Sir Dinkar Rao, all 3 very close associates of the British, to the Legislative Council. Remember, to the Legislative Council. Executive Council still has nobody has been introduced. Thereafter, non-official members will be nominated. Now, what do you mean by non-official? Non-official means Indian. So, Indian members were nominated. Portfolio system was introduced by Lord Canning. For legislative purposes, the Governor General's Council was also enlarged. Power to promulgate ordinance and emergency was given to Governor General. Any bill related to the public's revenue or debt, military, religion, foreign affairs cannot be passed without Governor General's assent. Restored the legislative powers of the presidencies of Bombay and Madras along with Bengal, wherein there is now an executive council in these 3. Plus, you have Northwestern Province, Punjab and Awadh, which will be added to the list of total number of provinces in that regard. And Calcutta or Bengal Legislative Council had a lot of power vis-a-vis, because it was at the end of the day the capital. But still the Central Legislative Council was very, very important. So what is the important concept? For the first time, Indians are going to get associated with lawmaking. Indians were nominated, so there's no provision of proper inclusion of Indians based on their election from us. Limited role of legislative councils, though this new concept was important. Allowed for decentralization of administration. Thereafter, power of the ordinance given to Governor General. No representative body. Portfolio system was important. Mostly the Indians were either big zamindars or Indian princes, basically loyalists related to India. So before I go to the Indian Council Act of 1892, is this total concept clear? The structure. Yes. You just have to remember the basic changes. Portfolio system, 3 Indians, legislative decentralization. Right? Okay. Now the context for this act, 1892, is very, very important. Why? Because INC had already been formed. You had the Northwestern Province, Awadh, Bombay, Madras, Bengal, and the Central Legislative Council, all having certain seats which are there. So now 1861, this act comes in. Thereafter 1885, the INC has been formed, and now for the next, before 1892, for the next 7 years, close to 7 years, they are all protesting that we want constitution, we want prayer, petition. So PPP is working here, prayer, petition, protest. And the INC had a lot of hopes with the 1892 Act. So the basic point of the matter is 1892 Act is considered the moderate results of the moderate effort that moderates at this point of time are pushing through prayer, petition, and protest for more representation and power. And basically, 1892 is going to be a very important moment because this will lead to a lot of disillusionment. So what happened through the Indian Council Act 1892? See, Indians were there in the provincial legislative councils, but they were nominated by the British. They were nominated by the British. Everybody here is getting nominated by the British. All Indian elements are nominated by the British itself. So the Indian Council Act of 1892, it fundamentally does not change anything. You have the India House, Secretary of State. Thereafter, you have the Governor General and Viceroy. And then you have the governors along with their legislative councils. He has his plus 50. Plus, he has his executive council and he has legislative council. This will be called Central Legislative Council. That will be called Provincial Legislative Council. Now, here you have Governor of Madras, Bengal, Bombay, Awadh, Northwestern Province, and Punjab. Now, please pay attention. The only change which was introduced was that I'm not getting the point. Governor General and Viceroy is the same person, right? So what is the confusing part here? Why are we going backwards with regards to this concept? Governor General and Viceroy is the same person. So what is the confusion here? But the title will be called Governor General and Viceroy, right? Again, why are we writing both then? If your designation is Assistant Secretary, I should call you Secretary. Either you are not there or you are just, if the designation is Governor General and Viceroy, why should I write only Viceroy? And what is going to happen is, then you are going to go to the book. I'll tell you what is going to happen. You will go to the book and then you will see only Governor General written. Then you will say, sir said Viceroy. I say Viceroy and Governor General is written. Because for all legislative purposes, it was never mentioned Viceroy. It was always said Governor General and Viceroy or Governor General. So I don't get it how we can confuse something which is already been understood. So don't start to add things. The only change in that regard, again, but both are different person. Who said who different person? Lord Canning is Governor General and Viceroy both. If I am called the CEO and the COO of the company, then am I not the same person? Who told you these are two different people? Did I say that? Then why are you presuming these are two people? Isn't this already accepted that I've been saying the same person? The main change is that in both indirect election concept was introduced, wherein different sections of Indian society, and remember, can nominate their representatives. The act did not directly say election. This word was technically not used, but the simple point of the matter is that now it is not the British which nominates, it is the people of whatever limited franchise they are ready to give. Or what they used to do was that they used to say, teachers, nominate your representative, university professors, nominate your representatives. They tried to divide the Indian society into certain smaller, what we call as groups, and they said nominate one person. So the word election was actually not used, but the word which was used was nominated by Indians. So the proper election concept is not there. But for the first time, they have introduced the principle of Indians electing their own representatives via nomination. And if you are a moderate, would you be really happy with this act? No, because there is no fundamental change. There's nothing. And moderates, INC can send one person to the council maximum. So the point was that previously, the British nominated the people Indians into Provincial Legislative Council and Central Legislative Council, mostly Indian loyalists. Now, Indian groups of different set, in a way, local representation for the first time was allowed. So you see, it says very simply, rising wave of nationalism, principle of election instead of nomination. But this election is still based on indirect election. Reforms to legislative councils. Now you see, official majority maintained. Official majority maintained means what? British are more, Indians are more. Which is more? British. Very good. So official majority means British are more. Non-official majority would mean Indians are more. Allowed members to ask questions. Principle of representation comes through. Legislative council were empowered to make new laws and repeal old laws with permission of Governor General. Made a limited and indirect provision for the use of election in filling up non-official posts in central and provincial councils. No use of the word election. Number of Indians were increased. Limited functions. But in a way, it will disillusion everybody, and that will become the context for the concept of what we call as extremists. So though the number, you don't have to remember the number, but the number of members are increased. All of these members are nominated, but now nominated by Indians. Nominated by Indians. So as an act, it is generally considered a major disappointment for the moderates. So before we go to Extremist Swadeshi, Surat Split and Rise of Communal Consciousness, let me summarize what we've done vis-a-vis these two acts. We have done 1861 and we've done 1892. Both are called Indian Council Acts. Generally, before I do this, everything is making sense because the way you will read it out of the book will give you very confusing wording. So the easiest way to learn and revise this is through flowcharts, so that you understand the basic idea of what we are trying to do here. So the Indian Council Acts 1861 and 1892, if you had to go for a statement based question, what you should look for in the paper, here it will show you three changes. One is called portfolio system. The second one is called the concept of legislative decentralization, which is technically the addition of provincial legislative council. And last but not the least would be the concept of three Indians into central legislative council. And for 1892, you simply have to concept of nomination by Indians into the provincial and central legislative councils. So in a way, indirect, you will see this word indirect election, but remember, no, the word election was not used. Here, if you want, you can say that Awadh, Northwestern Province and Punjab added. So are these 5 points written on the screen clear? If they are, then I want to go to partition of Bengal, extremist Swadeshi. Clear, everyone? Come on, come on. Indirect election for both provincial and legislative levels. Yes, okay. Official means British, non-official means not British. Indian. 3 members still in the Governor General and Viceroy Council? Yes, only 3 members, yes. Why indirect? Because direct election would mean ballot-based elections. Election word will be in the question, yes, but it will always need to have with the word indirect. Nominated Indians were in PLC in 1861 also, right? But no, the concept was that here all nomination under 1861, nomination used to happen by the British. That is a change. Nomination by British. Now it is nomination by Indians. So in a way, local representation. They did not remove the word. They did not use the word only. We call it indirect election. That is for your understanding. You don't need to remember the number of legislative councillors. Still the number of Indian nominated RLC are high. No, 3 only. Are we clear? See, you are asking me questions with regards to how many, how much. Is the basic structure clear? Please understand one thing. Total number of people in this legislative council is still 3 only. But thereafter, they will increase it under 1892 to increase it to 10 to 16. 10 to 16. The Central Legislative Council will increase. But the 3 will still be considered the most important. But for you, the number expansion, enlargement, these are not any of any importance to you, because this will keep on increasing as we go on. It will become 67 later. You need to understand in the examination, these are the 5 points on which they will ask you questions. So indirect election concept is nothing but nomination by Indians. That is it. So portfolio system, the concept of ministries, legislative decentralization, addition of provincial legislative council, 3 Indians into legislative council, Awadh, Punjab and Northwestern province added, concept of nomination by Indians into both these councils. Number doesn't matter to me because that is too minor detail to remember for the examination. Are we clear? Can we move on? Moderates would be sad. Yes, they would be extremely sad. Okay. That is Raghav the point. All increase is an illusion because there is no power only to the legislative councils. Okay. Now, see, constitutional history, important part of your understanding. One, we've done 2 Indian Council Acts today, which is Indian Council Act 1861, 1862, 1962, 1861, 1892. Tomorrow, on Tuesday, when I will meet you, we will do first thing is Morlemento reforms, which is again Indian Council Act. You need to keep track of the changes. I will only move forward if you agree that we understand this structure and the basic concept itself. Because this will keep on changing. Separate electorates is going to come very soon. We will see that. Moderates happy, not happy, we will discuss that. Are these 2 council acts clear? You will be able to do statement-based questions on them. Yes, okay. Now, we enter the next zone. So, moderates had been dominating the INC politics for quite a while now, since 1885. And in 1892, you get the Indian Council Act. Thereafter, it will just introduce the concept of some people nominating some Indians to the provincial legislative councils and central legislative council, the concept of indirect election in a way. So now there is what is called disillusionment. The fact that now people will argue that what is the point? What is the point? So this disappointment of 1892 will create anger, and now the moderate method will be questioned. That, okay, you went for prayer petition. What was the point of that prayer and petition when they actually did not fundamentally change anything? And this PPP plus the frustration over the Indian Council Acts is going to be the context for the rise of extremists. It will be the rise of extremists. Now, when we talk about the extremists, they have a very different type of worldview, represented initially and very popularly by 3 very important personalities: Lala Lajpat Rai, Lal, then Bal Gangadhar Tilak, Bal, and Bipin Chandra Pal, together called the Lal Bal Pal. Now, the extremist methodology is quite interesting because extremists now get the new youth after getting educated by English education, they have a new spirit for freedom, and their understanding is very simple. Do not need to reform colonialism. Do not need to reform. There are 2 spellings which you will see. This Bipin is written like this also, Bipin Chandra Pal. Both spellings work. It is on how you write it. One is Bengali spelling, the other one is English spelling. Bipin Chandrapal, same person. So do not need to reform colonialism, but reject colonialism. They very simply say that we want Swaraj, which is self-rule. The extremists were very, very straightforward. They said that we have no faith in the British. We have no faith in the British. No faith in the British. They are looters and they will always be looters. We have no faith in the British and we want to develop our country independent of the British. Basically, we don't want the British here only. This is a very radical idea for 1905 when the extremist phase starts, because before this everybody is talking about the concept of reforming. It's about rejection. We don't want you here only. And this is based on the frustration of the moderates. But as we noted, the moderates are the reason why the extremists exist. And the fact of the matter is that between 1885 to 1905, in these 20 years, the basic point of the matter is that India was now maturing. India was now maturing and was becoming more and more assertful about what it wanted. So, by 1905, the moderates had exhausted their historical role. However, they will still control the INC. Their politics to persuade the British to introduce economic political reforms was now more or less redundant. The British Indian government was also hostile towards the Congress even when it was moderate. And the fact of the matter is, when the government told the Congress only to take social questions, and the Congress said, no, we will take political questions also in 1887, thereafter, as it is, even when they were moderates, Dufresne used to say that the Congress is just a microscopic minority, that it is a factory of sedition. The Secretary of State said the Congress leaders were double-sided character, seditious. The English never ever trusted the Congress even under the moderates. So what was the point of the PPP when the British are not ready to even believe you? So very simply, the dissatisfaction with the protest, prayer and petition, there was a growing self-confidence, growth of education, and the more the British pushed their Western culture, the more we resisted. And the tipping point is going to be the reactionary politics of Curzon. I'm going to discuss this with you. All when you bring it together, you get the extremists. But the main reason for the rise of the extremists is frustration with the politics of the moderates. The moderates are more or less, generally now redundant, but they still control the INC very closely. Now, the major difference vis-a-vis a moderate and an extremist is that they have a hatred for foreign rule. They believe that there's no hope which is there. And they said direct political action is needed, national movement is needed, personal sacrifices are needed. But the fact is that we reject colonialism because we don't have any faith in the British generally. That we don't want to play with the British. We don't want to play with the British. We just want to reject them. So in order to give you a basic comparative understanding. Reactionary politics I will discuss with you. Wait for that. Who are the moderates and extremists? They believed legal methods. They believed in boycott and mass movement, which I will show you, Swadeshi. They wanted change in the system through constitutional reform. They wanted Swaraj and people getting involved, mass mobilization. Thereafter, social basis zamindars, upper middle class, social basis educated middle class and lower middle class, the people who want change, believed in the providential mission of the English in India. This is the civilizational mission, that they will develop India. They rejected this as an illusion, that the British will never ever do anything in India which is actually going to develop it. Further, moderates wanted everything to be Bengal centric. Extremists wanted all India movement. Ideological inspiration is Western thought, but our inspiration is, extremist inspiration is Indian culture, Indian history, Indian symbols. Loyal, they believed, and this is the interesting thing, they said the British crown is not worthy of Indian loyalty. That these Gore don't deserve an Indian to be loyal towards them. So movement should be limited to middle class intelligentsia. They believed masses were ready, people were ready. Gandhi is neither a moderate or an extremist. Gandhi is Gandhi. Now, so after this discussion, he's satyagrah. After this discussion, if they give you a question, differentiate between moderates and extremists, why extremists rose, all of that can be answered by you. I've given you the table itself. So before I go into reactionary politics of Curzon and now pivot into this whole sector, are we clear about Indian Council Acts? Are we clear with regards to the extremist ideology? As I told you, extremist ideology is generally generic. It's generally generic. It's all generic. Yes? Come on. Okay. Moderates way was PPP. I will tell you what is the extremist way. Don't worry about that. Moderates consisted of loyalists. Yes. Not loyalists properly, but people who believed in the British itself. Yes. Understood? Great. Perfect. Now there's a timeline I'm going to make, and this is now going to become a very standard feature of our discussion. So please pay attention. This is the time period which we are traversing. Now there are two things which I do. See, I can give you timeline in the end. I can give you timeline in the beginning. Though I always give it in the beginning, because there, in a way, you get a trailer of what is to follow. You take 2-3 classes with, meaning now we are not in the national movement phase, and we can tweak it if you want to. If you want to get the timeline later or first, you are not in the position to do that right now. But the basic point of the matter is, now we'll play with timelines. For example, wherever we start our discussion, I will give you a timeline, so that you know what are we covering, what is the basic time period, what are the basic thematics we are covering. But the only rider of giving it first is, I will obviously write everything first. So you can't say, sir, what is this, what is that? Because obviously I have not taught you. So what I'm trying to do here is, I'm trying to now give you a trailer of what is to follow, and then we'll go into it, and then we'll come back to the timeline again and revise. This is going to be the structure. You need to know what is happening in class. This is the basic structure which we are following. Timeline, which gives you a basic understanding or just a snapshot. We go and discuss the details, and then we come back to the timeline to revise. Because I don't want to give it in the end, for a very simple reason, you go blind. If I don't tell you that what is the things we are going to cover, then everything is a surprise for you. So that's the basic point. You see, we can change it if needed. So it's your discretion. We'll see it later, right? Okay. As of right now, I'll follow the standard pattern which is there. Now, you have 1899, 1904, thereafter the year 1903 we can also add. This is the period we are covering. You have 3 very important concepts and 3 very important sessions. It's called the reactionary politics of Curzon. 2 dates are in this: 1899, 1904, 1904. It's called Calcutta Corporation Act. 1904 is Indian Universities Act and Official Secrets Act. But the 1904 period is equally important because of the fact that there is a very important message which is sent by the Home Secretary to the Government of India. He's an ICS officer. Name is Risley. And thereafter, we'll talk about the partition of Bengal. This is the basic point I'm trying to show you. We'll talk about the partition of Bengal. We'll discuss the build-up. We will discuss everything. So we have to divide our whole concept into a certain way. So the announcement, this is called the announcement of partition of Bengal. This is called the Risley Statement. Thereafter, we have 1905, 16th October 1905, partition of Bengal. This is the starting of what is called the Swadeshi movement. And we also have 3 sessions which we have to very closely follow. First is called the Banaras INC session. 1906 is called the Calcutta session. In 1907, the very eventful Surat session. And there is called the Surat split, which I will discuss with you. This is the basic time period we are covering. Swadeshi movement will mostly start to phase off by 1907. Now, first what we need to understand is that why partition of Bengal? What is the concept of partition of Bengal? 1905 session is Banaras session. What is the concept? So there are 3 very basic questions here. Why partition? Thereafter, logic of partition. And then the reaction. Which is nothing but Swadeshi. So if you understand, this is the basic time period we covered. We started technically in 1885. Now we are concentrating on this timeline. Then I would like to go into each of these events and build up the whole sector for you. Can we do that? Okay. Extremists will rise with the Swadeshi movement. Yes? Great. Now, see, the Viceroy before Curzon was Canning. Now, Lord Curzon is generally considered problematic. He's not one person who everybody loves, but he's not the worst of the worst also. Can anybody name me the worst Governor General and Viceroy of India? Worst. Not Lytton, not Minto, not Ripon, not Dufferin, not Curzon. Yes, Pulkit, very good. Not Dalhousie, not Hastings, not Mountbatten. Yes, Priyanka, very good, Abhay. Great. Mandeep, perfect. Good. See, there is a person called Lynn Lithgow. Lynn Lithgow. Saunders is not a viceroy. Lynn Lithgow was in the very fateful period between 1936-ish, 36, 37 till 44. Considered single-handedly the worst of the worst because he was the reason why partition happened. So I'll talk about him. Lytton is different. Lytton is nothing in front of Lynn Lithgow. Lytton only did one thing, which is Vernacular Press Act and Arms Act. Lynn Lithgow is the one who actually went into a very intimate relationship with Jinnah. Second wife, Jinnah was called of Lynn Lithgow. Literally. And if Lynn Lithgow was not there, Pakistan would never have existed. So we'll talk about that concept. We are very surely moving towards that period. So just to tell you, because a lot of people think that Curzon is bad. Curzon is bad, but not as bad as Lynn Lithgow. Now, Curzon will introduce in 1899 and in 1904 three acts. And the first act is called the Calcutta Corporation Act. Now, Calcutta Corporation Act is considered that was a problematic act by Curzon. This is called the reactionary politics of Curzon because it reduced the Indian representation in the corporation. Thereafter, he will introduce one more. You already know it, Indian Universities Act. Where have we discussed Indian Universities Act previously? Tell me the commission which was related to it. Indian Universities Act was passed after which commission? Come on, tell me. You know the name. You already know the name. Yes, very good. The Ray Commission. The Ray Commission had actually said that the Indian Universities Act is needed. Remember, wo hura ra. So the Ray Commission had argued that the appointment of all professors should be run through by the government, and power was taken away from the universities, from the universities. And at last is called Official Secret Acts, when it again had concept of press censorship. Together, these acts are considered problematic because it was technically trying to get something out of the Indians. But Curzon, why he was doing it was because of nationalism. So you have the Calcutta Corporation reducing the number of elected members from India, British majority. Official secrets, freedom of press is taken away. Indian universities, wherein the universities were now being cleansed of political revolutionaries and nationalists. But it is the 1903 partition of Bengal which is considered the turning point for Curzon and for Indian history. And in a way, I would say that the British actually underestimated India when they actually announced the partition of Bengal. Now the question would be, why Bengal? Why Bengal? Why are they playing with Bengal, or why are they trying to divide Bengal? And the reason for that is very simple. The capital of India at this point of time is Calcutta. But more than that, it is in no way the biggest province. It is in no way for administrative purpose, because Bombay Presidency was 2 times bigger than Bengal, because it used to control from Sindh 2 parts of northern Kerala. Everything was called Bombay Presidency. Bengal Presidency, the British would argue, was an administrative nightmare because very big population, very big area, but it is in no way the reason why the British gave. Rather, it is because it was the epicenter of nationalism. Because the highest literacy level in India at this point of time was highest in Bengal, all social reformers had certain connections to Bengal. The middle class intelligentsia, was also based in Bengal. So Bengal was at this point of time the epicenter of all activities. And the biggest issue for the British, so most of the moderates were also Bengali. The biggest issue for the British was the Bengali or Bengali speaking Hindu nationalist. Bengali speaking Hindu nationalist, because as much as big Bengal can be, if a Bengali speaking nationalist would say something, it would reach to every corner of Bengal, which technically at this point of time is very big. Very, very big. This is Bengal for you. It is a very, very big province. So from the as the whole northeast to all of Bangladesh to Odisha, Bihar and Jharkhand today, everything was called Bengal. It's a big province, but not as big as Bombay Presidency. So the basic point is, Bengal was now becoming a major issue for the British, because Curzon could see that it's the capital. Also, it is an epicenter of issues, and all thinkers are coming from here only. And the Bengali speaking Hindu nationalist, if he used to say something, from Bihar to Assam to the northeast, everywhere there was a resonating influence. And the concept was that a Bengal divided can actually divide the nationalists also. And that is why the 1904 statement of Risley is very, very significant. In 1904, Risley will say a very important line on 6th December. Risley will say that Bengal united is power, Bengal divided. And this is a proper quote out of what he wrote. Bengal united is power, Bengal divided will pull in several different ways. So they will start to pull in several different ways. That is what the Congress leaders feel. Their apprehensions are perfectly correct, and they form one of the great merits of this scheme. In this scheme, one of our main objects is to split and thereby weaken a solid body of opponents to our rule. So the basic point of the matter is, Bengali speakers as it is are problematic, but because at this point of time the Muslim Bengali, the revolutionaries are quite less. So therefore the main body of nationalists are mostly Bengali speaking Hindu nationalists. However, that doesn't mean that there are no other languages in the Bengal presidency. And this is a very important point I want to discuss with you, and then I'll give you a break because I can't break in between. If you look at the map of Bengal at this point of time, though the majority speaks Bengali, if together taken, majority speak Bengali, there are certain Hindi speakers and Odia speakers also in this sector. So remember this point that Hindi, Odia and Bengali were the three languages which were there. But together taken, if from this point to this point if taken, Bengali is the most ubiquitous language or the most prominent majority language in this province. Now Bengal has been chosen as a candidate because Bengal United is a power, and the Bengali nationalist is now becoming a major problem for the British, and the British want a solution for that. And now comes Curzon, who will divide, or had already announced in 1903 that he will divide Bengal, and that will be implemented in 1905, 16th October. Now, I need to discuss with you as soon as I come back what is the logic of this division. So we have discussed the Calcutta Corporation Act, we've discussed the announcement, we've discussed Indian Universities Act, Official Secret Acts and Risley Statement. We've understood why the partition. Now, are we in a position to understand the logic of the partition once we come back? I'm giving you a break here because the next discussion is going to need at least 45 minutes, 50 minutes. So the break goes too far away. So I would like to break here, and thereafter, once we come back, we'll talk about the logic of the partition. Acceptable? Everybody is following the major story. Everybody is following the major concept itself. Yes or no? Come on. Yes? Perfect. 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 Okay. So let's take a break here. It is 7:20. We'll come back at 7:30. What happened in Universities Act? Indian Universities Act, power was taken away from the universities to take their calls, considered a very stifling or type of reactionary politics by Curzon. Okay, see you. You want to be on the timeline slide? I leave you on the timeline slide. 7:30 we come back. Welcome back. Can we start our discussion? Okay. We have to discuss now partition of Bengal and Swadeshi. But we have now very well established that in 1899, Curzon shows that he does not care about Indian representation. That in 1904, we get two acts which again represent the same concept that Indian representation, Indian opinion doesn't matter. Risley confirms to us that when 1903 partition of Bengal was introduced, it was not introduced vis-a-vis the concept of need for administrative reasons, but rather the concept of breaking nationalism. And now the concept is that how does the partition of Bengal work? How does it work? And how can it break Indian nationalism? What is the logic? What is the logic? Can we discuss the logic? Can we discuss the logic? Very good. Now, there were basically two principles which are used. I already told you that there are 3-4 standard characteristics. I'll write them down again. Here in Bengal, Bengali is an important language. You have Hindi speaking belt and you have Odia speaking belt. But there's also one more thing, that there are Hindus and there are Muslims, two major religions in Bengal. So therefore, there were two principles which were applied in the partition of Bengal. One is called linguistic and the other one is called religious. First is linguistic principle, second is religious principle. Now, how does it actually work? When this line was drawn or was proposed in 1903, in the eastern sector, the religious principle was applied, while in the western sector, the linguistic principle was applied. What do I mean by that? See, in Eastern Bengal, the division is very easy. We have to break the back of whom? Hindu, Bengali, nationalist. Linguistic means language. So in Eastern Bengal, by dividing this line and creating Eastern Bengal and Assam with Dhaka as capital, the Muslims outnumber the Hindus. Close to 18 million here and 13 million Hindus. So who's in majority? The Muslims. So basically, this area becomes a Muslim majority sector. But the irony, don't use the word communal. The irony is that though they are divided by religion, all of them speak Bengali only. So the beauty of Curzon's mind is that here the Bengali language is not in minority, but the religion is in minority. So Muslims dominate Hindus, or Muslims are in majority to Hindus, though they speak the same language itself. But the master stroke is actually in the Western sector. In the Western sector, by drawing this line, there are only 17 million Bengali speakers, and together with Bihar, Jharkhand and Odisha taken together, there are 37 million Hindi and Uriya speakers. So the Bengali Hindu becomes a language minority, linguistic minority in the Western sector, and the Bengali Hindu becomes a minority vis-a-vis religion. So in a way, if a Bengali nationalist says something from Calcutta, nobody in the Cuttack or Ranchi or Patna sector can understand it, though Eastern Bengal can understand it. But here the British have very strongly divided them along religious lines and have convinced the Muslims that they are better off if the line exists, because if Bengali Hindus were in a majority, then everywhere Bengali Hindus would get nominated to administrative positions. So now the Curzon goes and says to the population of Eastern Bengal, it is in your interest that you remain in this province, because now you are in majority. Because if language principle we take, see, the basic master stroke of partition of Bengal is, in one place they become, the Bengali Hindu becomes a linguistic minority, in other place it becomes a communal or what we call as religious minority. So the basic principle is very smart that way. Very smart that way. It was to isolate the Bengali Hindu so that at one place nobody listens to them because their interest is different, and the other place nobody understands them only. So this is the master stroke, that by dividing this line, even 2-3 kilometers up down, things would have changed. The simple point is, you need to break Indian nationalism. So you need to isolate the Hindu Bengali nationalist, and you do that by making him a minority in both the provinces created, and therefore it makes no sense to that population only what he is trying to say from Calcutta or from Decca. If you understand it in the map way, I can give you a more better representation, but it was more about the map, you understand the locations. Can I show it to you in another way? And I think it should be clear thereafter. Yes, but is this making sense? Is this actually making sense? That you have the concept of linguistic principle being applied to the Western sector, and thereafter you have the Eastern principle in the Eastern sector, or the religious principle in the Eastern sector. Therefore, there should be no doubt in itself that they need to isolate the Hindu Bengali speaker. So they isolate them in the Eastern Bengal sector by religion and by language in the Western Bengal sector. It's not difficult. It's very easy. Curzon's mind was at this point of time actually working quite well. So he is creating the major obstacle for a Bengali Hindu to mobilize people. So I'll try to give it to you in a different way. It should make sense. See, Okay. Now you see. In Eastern Bengal, so though they speak the same language, they are divided by religion. On the other hand, here is the real game which happened. The game which happened was here Hindi plus Udiya is 37 million and Bengali speaker is only 17 million. So though they all have, no, not they all have, though it's a Hindu majority province, but language becomes the barrier. Now, is this making sense? How partition of Bengal actually works? In one place, though this is a Hindu majority area and this is a Muslim majority area, the beauty is that the principle is applied in such a way that in both areas the pink becomes the minority, Bengali Hindu nationalist, because he's a Bengali speaker, so he becomes a minority in Western Bengal, and becomes a minority because he's a Hindu in Eastern Bengal. Are we clear of the principle? Because that can be asked to you in the examination. Yes or no? So you understand the master stroke of Curzon. Curzon that way actually understood it quite well, that how we can make sure that the Hindu Bengali nationalist becomes a minority everywhere. So you see, the logic behind the partition of Bengal was based on breaking the nerve center of Indian nationalism. The concept was we will create two provinces, one Bengal into Western Bengal, which has provinces of Bihar, Orissa, and the other which is Eastern Bengal and Assam. The capital of this area is going to be Calcutta, being the Western Bengal sector, but the Decca is going to be the capital of the Eastern Bengal sector. But sir, Hindu-Muslim unity was there at the time very much, but that is the ilma, the point I'm going to tell you. The simple point of the matter is he was very, very convincing that way, that he proved to the Muslims that it was in their interest to divide Bengal. Because he said that I will give you more representation in administration, I will give you more representation in bodies, and everybody wants employment. So the point was that he convinced the Muslim population that in a Hindu majority Bengal, you will never be able to get power. This is called divide and rule. That simply the British were the ones, and this is a very standard thing. In India, there was no antagonism between Hindus and Muslims directly at the local level. This was all cultivated by the British. The British cultivate this, encourage the Muslim population to say that yes, our interests are separate from the Hindus. This is not a thing which used to exist previously, but Curzon started it in that regard. Now, what was the intended consequence in that sense? On the basis of language, reducing the Bengali to a minority in Bengal itself. As in the new proposed Bengal, there would be 17 million proper Bengali speakers, but 37 million Hindi and Odia speakers. On the other hand, you have on the basis of religion, the concept is that western half would be Hindu majority. So though in this area, this is 42 million, this is total 42 million. But the problem is very simple. And the eastern half is 31 million, but in the eastern half, the Muslims are more than the Hindus. Therefore, the masterstroke of Curzon is use divide and rule, convince the Muslim population that it is in their interest to stay away and to stay in the eastern sector, and therefore the Bengali Hindu nationalist was now in a way gone vis-a-vis the British mind, but the consequence was totally different. So now if there's a question which says what is the concept of partition of Bengal and what was the logic of partition of Bengal, or they give you a statement based question on the partition of Bengal, you will be able to understand the issue and also identify mistakes if there are. Yes or no? If yes, then we go into Swadeshi, because that is the response of the people of India. Okay, I'll give you a question, don't worry. Right now, concentrate on what is more important. Simple point is, if anybody has any issue, please ask me here, because this is a very fundamental concept in partition of Bengal. You need to know it properly. Can I move forward? Once you say yes, then no discussion with regards to principle should be there. Yes? Okay, perfect. So let's Jagdish, you didn't get the logic behind the partition. Did the partition not take place? The partition did take place. The logic, Jagdish, is very simple. Divide Bengal into two parts. One part make it Muslim majority so that the Hindu nationalists cannot say anything, and the other part divide it in such a way that Bengali speakers become minorities so that the Bengali nationalists cannot interact with the Hindi and Odia speaking population. That's it. Therefore, divide the province in such a way that the Bengali Hindu nationalist becomes a minority in both places. Right. Okay. Why Bengali language is a problem? Because Bengal is Bengali. Bengali are the majority speakers in that regard. Okay. Now, who played a role in now? You are asking me questions what are going to come. What I'm teaching you is there an issue. There should be no issue with regards to that. What we do further, what happened, what did not happen is a separate issue altogether. That I'm telling you. But as of right now, we understand the basic principle, right? That is the basic point here. Okay, no issues. Perfect. So, now 1903, 1903, it was announced that partition of Bengal will happen. And by 1904 mid, it was decided that on 16th October 1905, the partition will happen. Will happen and will come into effect. Now there are two phases. One is the period between 1903 to 1905, and the other one is the 1905 to 1907 period. This is called the moderate phase of Swadeshi, and this is called the Swadeshi movement. Starts. So why do we call it the moderate phase? Because at this point of time, they are petitioning. They are holding what we call as protests, but in constitutional sense. What they were trying to do was they were trying to create pressure. Trying to create pressure. But when that will not succeed, then only the partition of Bengal will induce the concept of Swadeshi properly. Swadeshi properly. You see, the build-up is that there is multiple meetings which will happen, and there will be a certain sense of new leadership which comes through. So it was made in December of 1903 public that partition of Bengal will happen. The initial leadership will be given by S.N. Banerjee, K.K. Mitra and P.C. Ray, and they will adopt the method which they already knew, which is petitioning the government, public meetings, memoranda, propaganda, pamphlets, and there were certain newspapers which were used quite a lot to spread the dissatisfaction with this decision. The Hitabadi, the Sanjeevani and Bengali, remember, you need to remember their names. The three newspapers in which the dissatisfaction or the disappointment was conveyed to the British. But again, this persuasion, pressure, whatever you want to call it, was not working because the British did not want to listen only. But the blunder which Curzon did was that he had not understood the scale of what could have happened or what was going to happen. So there will be in 2 months close to 500 protest meetings which will happen in East Bengal alone, in Dhaka, in the Maising and the Chittagong sector. But also 70,000 people had signed petitions vis-a-vis the March of 1904. By January of 1905, there are meeting after meeting which is happening. 69 petitions were produced, 70,000, close to 50,000 people signing petitions and sending it to the Government of India and the Secretary of State. But the problem was that the outcry had no real response. So I always told you that every movement goes through its moderate phase. You see, this is the moderate phase. Between 1903 and 1905, they are literally petitioning the government year in, year out, day in, day out, that we don't support your decision. So the moderate method is not working. And it is in this context that once the 16th October date will be coming into effect, that the movement is going to transform into something totally different, and that is called the Swadeshi movement. That is called the Swadeshi movement. And the Swadeshi movement is a major moment in Indian history because it introduces a new set of forms and techniques of struggle. So the outcry till 1905 is based on petitioning. However, at this point of time, now that petitioning is going to stop and the people will find a new way to challenge the partition, which is called Swadeshi movement, which was launched in 1905 after what is called the 7th August 1905 oath, or 7th August 1905 memorandum or propaganda or agenda. Now, there are details and there are concepts. Details are irrelevant because you can't write it in the examination, but there are concepts which are important. So what I want to do here is new forms of struggle, concepts I want to discuss with you, and then we can go into the day-to-day what happened in the Swadeshi movement. Can I do this? See, understand this very, very well. I have to do at least 4 major movements with you. Swadeshi, Rowlatt, NCM, CDM, and one more, Quit India. Understand this very, very clearly, that there is no way within 250 words you can actually write each and every detail of a movement. Rather, what will be expected from you is that you understand the larger concept of the movement. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm going to very simply explain the concept of Swadeshi movement, what it actually did, and then we'll go into the nitty-gritty. Agreed? Standard. Come on. This is going to be our strategy when we cover certain areas. Yes? Okay. So in our timeline, we've come a long way in that sense, that we started our discussion in this sector. Now we are entering this sector, which is the 1905, 1906, 1907 sector. Right? Okay. Now, please pay attention to what is Swadeshi. Now, Swadeshi movement, people had done prayer petition, enough of prayer petition. Now, Dadabhai Naoroji had said that the basic interest of the British in India is what? Is looting, economic. The basic interest of the British in India is to drain India, is to, in a way, use Indian economics to its interest. So the people said, okay, you want to loot, your basic understanding is economic, right? Okay, we will hit you where it hurts the most, wherein we will now do what is called as boycott. We will now do boycott. Boycott of what? Two things. English commodities and English institutions. And what was chosen was two very important things. Cloth, British cloth, and liquor. Liquor means alcohol. Alcohol and liquor were the two things which they wanted to hit the most, specifically British cloth. What they started to do, and you would have seen this, is called picketing, and they started to burn the cloth. They started to take the cloth, put it into the fire and burn British cloth. Any British cloth will be burnt. People refused to buy British cloth. Liquor shops which used to sell English beer, English wine or English alcohol was again boycotted. And now people came on the streets to boycott anything and everything which was British. But what is equally important is that the second boycott was about institutions, schools and colleges, and English enterprises. Very simply, students gave up their education in English-run schools. Any enterprise which actually was run by the British, they would not buy anything of it. So the boycott of English commodities and institutions became a very important method which was totally new to the Indian national movement. The Indian national movement was based on prayer and petition. But now it was not prayer and petition, it was boycott. And there was actually a tangible impact of this because there was 25% to 30% reduction in the import of Lancashire and what is called as British cotton cloth. The British was losing close to 10 to 15% of its revenue just because of the Swadeshi movement. But what made Swadeshi was thousands of people on the roads protesting against the British. 70,000, 75,000, 1 lakh people. Imagine standing in the streets of Calcutta, 75,000 people saying that we will not allow the partition of Bengal to go through and we will burn anything and everything which is not Indian. That is why the movement is called Swadeshi. So boycott of English commodities and boycott of English institutions were extremely important ways of taking off the British from this high pedestal. Curzon may have succeeded in dividing Bengal, but he in a way united Bengal. Because this methodology was not used anywhere else till this point. It's a Bengal-centric thing, remember. And more than that, there will be 2 new words which everybody is going to now chant. The new 2 words is going to be Atma Shakti and Swaraj. People were now arguing that we have the internal capacity to rule ourselves. Atma Shakti and Swaraj. What we want is Swaraj. We want our own self-rule. And what happened was that new nationalistic literature, songs and dances come through. And the people, when they used to actually stand in the street, they used to sing Vande Mataram. The song which had now become the anthem of the Swadeshi movement. They wanted to show to the British that we are not divided the way you have divided us. On the day 16th October 1905, Rabindranath Tagore said that East and West Bengal people should tie Rakhi. And that is why Rakhi as a concept became much popular after Swadeshi movement. To show unity, that we all are the same, there is this concept of Rakhi. Thereafter, Now, one of you asked me that if students are going to leave schools and colleges, then what about them? And therein comes the concept of national education and national enterprise, wherein Indian run schools and colleges, Indian run enterprises were now coming up, wherein the school was not run by the British but by Indians. There were enterprises which were now replacing what the English institutions were being boycotted about. Throughout this period, Samitis will play a very important role. This will be the volunteers which will go around to spread the message of Swadeshi. More than that, the new way in which the cultural expression came through was also extraordinary, in the sense that based on the concepts of self-rule and self-reliance, Atma Shakti and Swaraj, now cultural expressions are also coming through. So in India, Swadeshi movement is a breakthrough movement. The extremists burst into the nationalistic agenda and nationalistic history with a bang, which is called Swadeshi. Basically, see, if you take all of these together, you get what is called Swadeshi movement. You get boycott of foreign goods. Popular festivals and melas will happen, which will spread the message. Self-reliance, Atma Shakti and Swaraj are going to become the new words for everybody. Because we are boycotting foreign goods and institutions, national education, Swadeshi enterprise will come. Meetings, processions, cultural sphere, everywhere we'll see an imprint of Swadeshi. Now, what is the point of this discussion? The point of the discussion is that whatever points I've written on the screen are actually the points which need to go into the answer, which is that what are the features of the Swadeshi movement? So the features of the Swadeshi movement is boycott of both commodities and institutions, the concepts of self-reliance, Atma Shakti and Swaraj, the concept of national or Swadeshi education and Swadeshi enterprise, Samitis being the spherehead. This is the leadership. The leadership comes from the Samitis. These are the ones who go around and technically tell about Swadeshi. We'll talk about INC's role. Keep it in the side. Keep it in the side. When we talk about grassroots level leadership, it comes from the Samitis. And there is multiple cultural expressions of what we are talking about vis-a-vis Atma Shakti and Swaraj. If you understand these 6 concepts, what we say as in principle, then I can give you the details and then we can again come back to the principles again. Yes? Yes? Okay. Second point is these new words, vocabulary, Atma Shakti, Swaraj, self-reliance and self-rule. See, on 7th August 1905, a formal proclamation of Swadeshi movement came in the Calcutta Hall. The movement, hereafter sporadic and spontaneous, now had a new energy within it. After prayer and petition, everything goes away. So at the town hall, what will be formed is the Swadeshi Bandhav Samiti, and it will be given the task to spread the basic mandate of Swadeshi movement. Thereafter, the boycott resolution is going to be passed, and Surendranath Banerjee is going to say that I will tour the whole Bengal sector and tell everybody to burn and boycott Manchester cotton and Liverpool salt. On 1st September, the government will announce that the partition is going to take effect from 16th October 1905. On the day of the partition, it was declared a day of mourning. People fasted, no fires were lit in the cooking hearth. Imagine the level of coordination. In Calcutta, hartals, which is called strikes, council, panchayats were now hearing the grievances of the people. Further, people were now walking barefoot in thousands to reach the Ganga, where they were taking the ritualistic bathing. And on the streets, they were singing Bande Mataram, which was the theme song of this movement. For 1 second, put yourself in that position. The British had dominated us for 150 years by this point of time. And think of it. Stand in that moment and think thousands of people singing Bande Mataram, going into the Hooghly Ganga, taking bath, coming out as a form of protest. People not burning their chulha, saying that we will not burn the chulha because it is a day of mourning. All just because of one man doing a mistake. This is what nationalism looks like. And you know, the way boycott was actually adopted was equally interesting. Women said that we will not wear churis or bangles which are made from what we call as a foreign enterprise. Dhobis said that we will not wash clothes if these clothes are Lancashire cotton, and we will not allow anybody to use foreign cloth itself. The mistake is of Curzon. Curzon thought that people will just take it. Curzon, in a way, should be considered the father of extremist nationalism, because he is the one who pushed the people into such a direction that now people had enough. Think of it, in 1857, people were betraying each other. Theaters were not together. People were not helping each other. 1905, people are walking on streets barefoot to mark their protest. If this is not extraordinary, and this is what not makes Indian nationalism, then any other movement preceding it is actually just a simple spark. This is the fire. Further, people tied Rakhi. Again, I will tell you, it is limited to Bengal. I will tell you the problems. Don't worry about that. What discussion I'm having, have that discussion with me. Why are you going forward? I will tell you what INC is doing. I'll tell you the limitations of it also. Even if it is happening in Bengal, it's very big thing, because a whole province is in a way burning. That is not a given. That's not a given thing. It's a very big thing that way. So people will tie Rakhi as a form of unity between the two halves. Teachers and students will boycott English schools. Students in large numbers will come, propagate and practice Swadeshi, take lead in picketing of shops selling foreign goods. Later, Anand Mohan Bose and Surendranath Banerjee addressed a meeting of 50,000 to 75,000 people. This was one of the largest mass meeting which had ever happened under the nationalistic banner. People said that we need money to fight this struggle, and within few hours, 50,000 rupees was raised. 50,000 rupees is close to 50 lakh rupees today. Within hours, people were ready to pay, because these samitis, they needed money to do this. People who needed to burn their clothes needed to buy clothes also. All of that was actually coordinated through the samitis. Samitis basically played a very important role in coordinating everything. The movement will also, in limited sense, spread to other places. In Pune and in Bombay, Tilak will try to raise the voice against Swadeshi or towards Swadeshi. In Punjab, Lajpat Rai and Ajit Singh, the uncle of Bhagat Singh, they will actually take the lead and spread the message of Swadeshi. In Delhi, Syed Haider Raza. In Madras, Chidambaram Pillai. From Rawalpindi to Kangra to Jammu to Multan to Haridwar, there will be spontaneous small movements which will be showing solidarity to Swadeshi, which is happening in Bengal, though in limited sense. And therein we'll discuss the concept of the INC and the tussle between moderates and extremists. The simple point of the matter is that British cloth was burned in every district, and the British import into Bengal fell by 5 to 15 times between September of 1904 to 1905. The British India Steam Navigation Company was there. It was boycotted, and Chidambaram Pillai started his own Indian-owned company, registered as Swadeshi Shipping Company. This is your Swadeshi enterprise. Thereafter, you have cultural expressions also. So the technique was to boycott anything and everything which was foreign, from government schools to colleges to courts to organizing strikes. There was public burning of foreign cloth. From corner to corner in Bengal, everywhere where you see, burning of cloth was happening. Women refused to wear bangles made out of foreign glass. Do not serve in foreign utensils. Washermen refused to wash foreign clothes. And priests were not ready to take prasadam if in the prasad there was foreign sugar. So if you're not making your offering to God in Indian sugar or in jaggery, if it has foreign sugar, they will not even give it to God. Everybody appropriated Swadeshi in their own way. Everybody appropriated their understanding in their own way. Whatever they could do, they could do. Thereafter, volunteer corps, what are called Swamitis, went on mobilizing people. And the Swadesh Bandhab Samiti by Ashwini Kumar Datta. These are the two very important persons. Ashwini Kumar Datta, Surendranath Banerjee. They will become the most important spearhead of the movement itself. Thereafter, we will have the concept of national education also rising. The Bengal National College, inspired by Rabindranath Tagore Shanti Niketan, will be set up by Aurobindo Ghosh. The concept of self-reliance, Atma Shakti, will be expressed. A National Council for Education will be established for literary, scientific and technical education, so that nobody could suffer from the primary to university level. And what is more interesting is this word national, because now people talk about them coming together. And when we go to education, now education will be taught in vernacular languages. Bengal Technical Institute or the Bengal Institute of Technology will come up. Scores of national schools will spring up within hours of the boycott resolution. But what is even more interesting is how there was a Swadeshi enterprise which came up, wherein one of the most celebrated and till today the most successful chemicals factory, the Bengal Chemicals Factory, was actually developed and was most successful at this point of time, so that basic chemicals which are needed in India could be produced in India. But if something was also a very important product of this movement, was also cultural expressions. So people walking and singing Bande Mataram became the staple of this movement. Then we have also Amar Sonar Bangla, which is now the national anthem of Bangladesh, which was also sung to mobilize people to remember that Bengal is one and Bengal needs to be one. Abhinendranath Tagore will produce very beautiful paintings using Indian painting styles and giving up Victorian notions. Jagdish Chandra Bose, Praful Chandra Roy will become pioneers in the research sector. And Nandalas Bose will be sent to the Indian Society of Oriental Art as a first recipient of the scholarship to learn art and basic expressions of culture. So in a way, there are multiple ways in which this movement expresses itself. Socially, you have women, students, zamindars, lower middle class, everybody took part. Students and women were the new addition to this movement. There was also a lot of attempts which were created so that strikes could also happen simultaneously. But the only group which stayed away was the Muslim population, because they had been enchanted by the concept of a province to them, and Curzon was successful in that way to show them that it was that in their interest to keep the partition of Bengal intact. Now, if you look at it, the past 7 slides, I don't think anybody can summarize it in 250 words. There's a lot of detail I've given you. When this much detail is there, the question can never ask you, give us the course of Swadeshi movement, because then the answer cannot be written in 250 words itself. So rather, what I suggest to you is, I'll give you the flowchart again. Let's discuss the concepts again, and that is what you're going to write in the examination. But I hope that now you have an understanding of what Swadeshi looks like. Right? Getting my point? Yes? Great. So everything which you saw here, all of this is just for your reference, just to show you what it took. What is going to go into the examination is this. These are called the features of the Swadeshi movement, wherein first and foremost, boycott of foreign goods. This was to hit the British where it hurt the most. 5 to 15 times reduction. Popular festivals and mela and cultural sphere goes together. So people are coming together in the name of culture, singing songs. Cultural expression means songs, dance, music, the concept of new type of art which is coming through. 2 words will be added in English, self-reliance and Atma Shakti, and the word Swaraj. Thereafter, because people are boycotting institutions also, therefore national education was needed. Swadeshi enterprise again for boycott. So together, if you add Samiti to it, and I will write on a slide, all the basic features are there. So I'll write it on one slide. Please pay attention to this discussion. As it is, I hope that Swadeshi is making sense to you. Why am I telling you this? Please understand this. We take associations, all of these things as given. Stand with me in 1905. Having not seen one person sing a song together, 75,000 people standing and expressing themselves in this way is extraordinary. It is called the first moment of mass movement. And though it has its limitations, this was not the way we expressed our nationalism. So please, for once, keep yourself in that moment. Then it will give you the real meaning of this movement. Because much more is to come. But this is the break where everything changes. Right? So what do you write in the examination? Features of the Swadeshi movement. First one, the boycott of foreign goods and commodities. Second, the boycott of foreign enterprises and institutions. Thereafter, new, I would say not new vocabulary, but new concepts of self-reliance, Atma Shakti, and self-rule, Swaraj. National education, schools and colleges. National enterprises, 6 Samitis as the mobilizing institutions, 7 cultural expressions in the form of songs, art, and melas and festivals. These 7 points. Anybody has any issue with these? Samiti means association, yes. Are we clear with regards to these 7? Are you in a position? I'll give you mains questions to practice. We, as it is, have to do mains questions today as our previous year questions. Very simply, Samiti literally means association. So these are people coming together, forming committees to help the people. So I hope these 7 points are clear, because then I want to go into the moderate extremist tussle. Yes, I'll give you 2-3 questions to practice. Don't worry about that. Because now comes the more interesting aspect of Swadeshi. Right. I want everybody's expression, acceptance. Come on. Great. Now, why need Samitis? INC was already there. Sayadri, I'll tell you why you need Samitis. Because INC does not go to the grassroots level. But more than that, INC was in disarray at this point of time. I will tell you that. Can we talk about the INC? We are waiting for INC. Enterprises means companies. Okay. Now, see, in the background, the Swadeshi movement is on. Swadeshi movement is on. So the background is Swadeshi movement. So now the question is, how should INC respond to it? How should INC respond to it? One thing should be clear, that the majority of the members are part of our moderates, but there's a new leadership which emerges, who are called political extremists. I will tell you, because on Tuesday when I will come back, I will discuss extremists in 2 ways. Extremism expressed in India in 2 ways. One is called political extremism, and the other is called revolutionary activities. The Anusilan Samiti, Barendra Kumar Ghosh, Mitra Mela, Abhinav Bharat, all of that on Tuesday. Monday is a holiday, please note that. Now, the new leadership which are political extremists, specifically Lala Lajpat Rai, and you have Tilak along with Bipin Chandrapal, they are still in the minority. They are still in minority within the INC. Within the INC, they're still in minority. Now, 1905, you have the Banaras session. Remember, all what we call as INC sessions happen in December. So they all happen in December. This was a standard thing. In the end of the year, they meet. December of 1905. So they're meeting in December of 1905. Has the Swadeshi movement started? The sessions I'm telling you are important. But the ones I discuss in class directly, very, very important. So the Swadeshi movement has already started in August. And already by October, partition has also happened. So now at the Banaras session, the president is no one other than Gopal Krishna Gokhale. And now Gopal Krishna Gokhale is under pressure. He is under pressure from Tilak, from Lala Lajpat Rai, that the INC should adopt the Swadeshi program, and send it to every part of India and make it into an all India level movement. So whilst the moderates are ready to endorse the Swadeshi program, what we discussed the features, for Bengal, the extremists rather want that the program should be extended to all India. That every part of India should be sent, from Madras Presidency to Bombay Presidency to Punjab to Awadh to Northwestern Frontier Province, everybody, INC should now endorse this plan for India. But would the moderates agree to something like this? No. So while the moderates were ready to accept this, they were not ready to extend it beyond Bengal. So the moderates dominate the session and pass a resolution against the wish of extremists, limiting the resolution and program to Bengal. So the moderates still are not learning from their mistake, and a very important personality in the background is Firoz Shah Mehta. Firoz Shah Mehta, Gokhale, along with Surendranath Banerjee and a person called Rash Bihari Ghosh. Remember, his name is Ghosh, not Bose. Rash Bihari Bose is some different personality. The very simple point is, the moderates are not ready to agree to an all India level movement. For anybody, understand, Shelly, the concept is Banaras session, Gopal Krishna Gokhale is the president. The moderates are ready to endorse a plan for Swadeshi program that yes, INC also supports the Swadeshi program, but the extremists say that INC should take the Swadeshi program for Bengal, but also extend it to the other parts of India. But what the moderates do is that they don't allow this resolution to go forward. Rather, they pass their own resolution saying, yes, we'll limit everything to Bengal. Bengal Swadeshi program is acceptable to us. They fear either the British crackdown, they fear the British wrath, or they are just moderates. They are just moderates. They are not revolutionary. They are not radical. They can't fathom an all India level movement. So is Banaras session clear? Banaras session, Gokhale had an opportunity to extend everything to India level. He didn't. He kept it to Bengal. And by doing that, the moderates showed that they still controlled the INC and they will not let too radical a plan or too radical a concept to be pushed to them. Right? So the extremists and moderates are now tussling. So there's a tussle which starts to begin between the INC, wherein the moderates want to push it somewhere, the extremists want to push it somewhere. So there is a little bit of a tussle, friction which starts to develop. Is Banaras session clear? Okay. Thereafter, now this question comes to 1906 session. The session is happening nowhere else but in the epicenter of the movement itself, Calcutta. And one of the most towering figures in the moderates, Dada Bhai Naroji, is himself the president. Dada Bhai Naroji. Which one want to limit? Moderates want to limit the resolution to Bengal. Extremists want to take it beyond Bengal. Now, everything I'm writing down is already in the PPT. Listen to me, your issues are totally different. December of 1906, Calcutta session, president is Dada Bhai Naroji, and the question is again coming up, which is what to do with the Swadeshi program. What to do with the Swadeshi program. So there is a tension between moderates and extremists. This tension is building up, Now Dada Bhai Naroji, who is the president at this point of time, he has this golden opportunity to extend the program across to India, and that is what Tilak wanted, that is what Lala Lajpat Rai wanted. Extremists still are pushing for that. These are all INC sessions, yes. But Dada Bhai Naroji does something which will diffuse the situation, but will also not do good for the extremists. Dada Bhai Naroji will argue that the INC endorses the Swadeshi movement and program, but he said for Bengal. Would the extremists be happy to hear this line from him? They will not be happy. Now, he adds a line which diffuses the situation. However, the goal of the Congress is to go for self-rule or Swaraj within the empire or British colonies. Now he said it also, but he said it in the wrong way also. He said INC endorses Swadeshi movement and program for Bengal. However, for the first time, it comes out of the mouth of a moderate. Self-rule, Swaraj. He says Congress will go for Swaraj as its goal. But he says a very important line thereafter. Within the empire. अब moderate निकल आया. The moderatism comes out. That within the empire means that he is not asking for complete independence. He is in a way asking for the concept that you give us self-rule, but you still remain our head of state. I'm not going to use that word dominion status here because dominion technically is not what he's applying to. But technically what he's saying is you give us our own. The concept was going to be imagine that today the president was appointed by the English and prime minister is appointed by us. This would be called self-rule within the empire. That the ultimate executive is the Britisher, but we have partial autonomy. Think of it as partial independence. As of right now, you can do that. Because when I'll discuss Nehru report with you, then I will talk to you about the concept of dominion status. That's a separate issue altogether. But the point is, at least he says Swaraj. And when he says Swaraj, he says it within the empire. So for 1 second, Tilak and Lala Lajpat Rai closed their ears to not hear this second part. They were just happy that at least Dadabhai Naoroji, a towering personality, was ready to say that we were going to go for self-rule and Swaraj. So 1906 session is generally considered significant because for the first time, moderates, in whatever thing they think, in whatever limited capacity they are saying, Congress used the word Swaraj in its resolution. Are we clear with regards to how Dadabhai Naoroji in a way avoided Dadabhai Naoroji avoided conflict or a split or a fight at this session? Are we clear with regards to this? Dadabhai Naoroji is a moderate, proper moderate. Yes or no? Because now comes the blockbuster ending to the story, which is called the 1907 session. Right? Okay. Now, it's quite interesting. Very beautiful way it ends. No, what is within the empire? The concept of within the empire is that we get certain type of our government, but the British still rule us. Think of it like that. Within the empire. Think of it like that. You get partial independence. Simple point of the matter. Okay. Now, please pay attention. Think of it like how the states are. Are states fully autonomous in India? No. They are technically ruled by a single center. Think of it like that they gave us states in which we have our own CM, but the PM is still Britisher. That way you can think of it. Now, the 1907 session. The 1907 session was actually not planned at Surat first. It was actually planned at Nagpur. But there's a rule, the president of the session cannot be of the same province in which the session is happening. So for example, Gopal Krishna Gokhale could not be, coming from Bengal, could not be in the Calcutta session. So if you are part of that presidency, you can't be the member or the president in that regard. The president is elected from within the members itself. But the simple point of the matter is that, very simply, the rule says that if you're from the same province, same presidency, you can't be the president. Can we agree to this rule? As much as absurd it may be, I don't care. We can agree to this. Now, the extremist said that in order to actually make the INC do something, we need to get the presidentship. We need to get the presidentship. So Tilak was considered the candidate. So the extremists said, let's create the candidature for Bal Gangadhar Tilak. Bal Gangadhar Tilak can be the president, and then we say Swadeshi for all India. This was the plan. Now somebody went into the ears of Firoz Shah Mehta and said, Tilak is getting ready to become the president. And Tilak is such a high towering figure in India that nobody could ever defeat him vis-a-vis a president election. So now the moderates come up with a plan. See, Nagpur and Surat are in two different provinces at this point of time. Nagpur doesn't fall under, as of right now, in the Bombay presidency. It's part of a smaller area which was called, later named as Central Provinces. On the other hand, Surat falls under Bombay presidency. So the initial plan to do it at Nagpur could not have debarred Tilak from becoming the president. So the moderates, what they do is that they shift the session to Surat. And by shifting it at Surat, automatically Tilak becomes debar. Now Tilak can't stand because it is in the same province from which he comes from. Now the extremists now start to boil over that these moderates, rather than taking it at Nagpur, last moment when you change, why? So basically, now it's an explosive situation. Everybody who is now going to reach at Surat, and the president who has now been chosen is unfortunately and not acceptable to everybody, Rash Bihari Ghosh. Coming from Calcutta, he could stand in Surat. Now Rash Bihari Ghosh has been, a moderate has been accepted as the president. Now imagine with me, it's beautiful. The Nagpur session, the Surat session is happening, and it's a very big hall. It's a big hall. 1,500 delegates were planned to come to this location, Surat. Surat had been chosen very specifically to debar Tilak. I hope you understand that point, because Nagpur he would be eligible, but Surat he won't be. So automatically disability of not standing is because in Surat, and the extremists hate the concept of what has been done, and the moderates did it deliberately. It's a deliberate move by the moderates. Now there is a big dais which has been created. Dais means a big stage which has a very big table like this. Everybody sits around it. And the president, Rash Bihari Ghosh, is here. Firoz Shah Mehta. Firoz Shah Mehta is another towering figure sitting next to him. And then you have Gopal Krishna Gokhale and Surendranath Banerjee. Every year the president changes. Yes. Now the hall is packed to the brim and the extremists and moderates are sitting like on two different sides. One side extremists, one side moderates. Imagine the scene with me. Think of proper packed 1,500 people shouting to each other that you have done it because of this, you have done that it because of that. And the session is now going to just begin. The session is going to just begin. People are charged. If moderates are, if they just can fight the extremists would go and basically strangle and moderate. That is the level of tension. Tilak standing there helpless. Now the session begins. Now the session begins and Rash Bihari Ghosh starts to say something. As soon as he says the first word, extremists disrupt the meeting. They start to say, you can't say, you are not our president. Tilak is our president. Proper parliament session it has become. And now what happens is, there's a shouting match which starts to begin. The moderates say to the extremists say to the moderates. Now comes the dramatic moment which is going to lead to the Surat split itself, that the police will need to enter this room and break up everybody. Somebody from the crowd, a moderator or an extremist, we don't know the identity of that person till today. In all this tension, in all this explosive situation, somebody from the crowd is going to take his shoe and throw it at Firoz Shah Mehta. And Firoz Shah Mehta and Gopal Krishna Gokhale are going to be hit by the shoe. As soon as the shoe hits Firoz Shah Mehta says, extremists are expelled from the session. Whole hall, they are now having a proper boxing match. The Britishers enter, the police enters the hall, breaks up the people, and Rash Bihari Ghosh, after this incident, sends a resolution to the extremists that the extremists have been expelled from the INC and they cannot operate from within the INC till they are not allowed to do so. And this is the pretext of your Surat split. So a split happened over Firoz Shah Mehta getting hit by a shoe. Standard Indian, proper. Such beautiful expression of Indian anger, because we are the ones who can actually throw chappals. So somebody threw a chappal, shoe, whatever you want to call it, on Firoz Shah Mehta, and that is the reason for the Surat split. Now you tell me, how do we explain it to someone that why did the Surat split happen? The British obviously would be happy. The British obviously would be happy because this is what they wanted. But this showed the immaturity of the INC. And what is ironic is that as soon as the extremists and the moderates are going to split, Swadeshi movement is going to become weak and it will also fizz out. And ironically, it is only going to be in 1916 that the moderates and extremists will come together. For 9 years, extremists were not allowed to be members of the INC. INC is going to become this small gathering of moderates who pat their back and say, yes, everything is perfect, everything is perfect, everything is perfect. So you asked me, what did the INC do about Swadeshi? This is what they did. They fought within themselves. They will come together, I will tell you, Lucknow Pact, because INC had become more or less useless by this point of time. Gandhi is going to come back, but more it was related to Annie Besant. Annie Besant was going to become the president. Everybody said that we should show some unity to at least the Scottish lady, and more than that, Indian INC had become more or less redundant by that point of time. So Lucknow Pact, even Muslim League comes together. You will see. As of right now, do you understand the importance of 1905, 6 and 7 session? Can you remember their presidents? And now do you know why the Surat split happened? If you understand it, I'll read it out of the PPT also. Yes? Okay. Climactic moment, shoe being thrown to the head of Firoz Shah Mehta. Okay. Now, let's read the story. And then we can talk about formation of Muslim League, and then we'll do previous year questions. Tilak is an extremist, yes. In the December of 1905 session, Banaras session, Gopal Krishna Gokhale was the president. Extremists had differences with the moderates at this point of time also. Firoz Shah Mehta is a moderate, yes. The extremists wanted to extend boycott and Swadeshi to regions outside Bengal and also to include all forms of associations within the boycott program and start a nationwide mass movement. The extremists wanted a strong resolution supporting their program at the Banaras session. The moderates, on the other hand, were not in favor of extending the movement beyond Bengal and were totally opposed to a boycott program of councils and associations. They advocated constitutional method of protest standard as a compromise, a relatively mild resolution condemning the partition of Bengal and reactionary politics of Curzon was passed, supporting the Swadeshi movement in Bengal only. This succeeded in averting the split in 1905. In 1906, the word Swaraj was used for the first time by Dadabhai Naoroji, though its connotation was not fully spelled out, and there were difference in interpretation of moderates and extremists. The extremists were, however, encouraged by the fact that at Calcutta session, a call for passive resistance, boycott, colleges, legislative council, and municipalities and law courts was passed at least. However, the extremists wanted the 1907 session to be held in Nagpur, central provinces, with Tilak or Lala Lajpat Rai as the president, with a reiteration of Swadeshi boycott and national education resolutions. However, the moderates wanted the session at Surat in order to exclude Tilak from the presidency, since leader of the host province could not be the president of the session, Surat coming in the same home province of Bombay as Tilak. Instead, they wanted Raj Bihari Ghosh to be the president and sought to drop the resolution of Swadeshi boycott and national education. Both sides adopted a rigid position, leaving no room for compromise. The split became inevitable, and Congress was now dominated by moderates who lost no time in reiterating the Congress commitment to the goal of self-government within the British Empire and constitutional method. Both sides came to the session prepared for confrontation. Everybody had lathis, chappal, juta, everything they brought in them. In no time, 1,600 delegates were shouting, coming to blows and hurling chairs at each other. In the meantime, some unknown person hurled a shoe on the dais, which hit Firoz Shah Mehta and Surendranath Banerjee. The police came, cleared the hall, and the Congress session was over with the Surat split itself. Right? Done, Surat split. Can I give you 2-3 questions so that you can understand what to do with this information? Yes? Okay, very good. Shoe. Vivek, write shoe in the exam. Chappal अच्छा नहीं लगेगा. Shoe. You have, I'll give you 2 questions. First, I'll give you a question on the partition of Bengal was not based on administrative inconvenience, but a much grander plan of dividing the nationalists. Elucidate. Can you write this question? 250 words. Okay. The second, yes, you have to write the shoe being thrown. That is why you tell now how the split happened. Are we clear with this question? Anybody has any issue? What is this asking you? It's asking you basically the principles, linguistic principle and the principle related to religion. Okay, no issues. The Swadeshi movement introduced into Indian national movement elements unknown previously. Discuss. What is this question asking you? Ilma, the first question you don't write Swadeshi. Second question is asking you what? It's asking you the features. That what are the elements which were added by the Swadeshi movement into our Indian national movement. Right? So you get it how they can ask you a question as it is, or tomorrow you will get 5 more questions from me in your portal and a whole set of what is called prelims questions. So I hope that you'll be able to answer these two and you understand the purpose of the discussion, right? In first introduction is going to be how Bengal is the epicenter of nationalism. The second is going to be why was the Swadeshi movement started vis-a-vis partition of Bengal. And one more thing, if you ever want to repeat this partition of Bengal concept itself, on YouTube there's a video in our channel itself. It's called Knowledge Series. It's called Knowledge Series. In that, I have a session with regards to partition of Bengal. So if you've seen it, very good. Within half an hour, same thing repeated. So that's one way you can repeat it if you ever want to revise. If Chaitanya or Nitesh, can you just push the link here so that I can put it to everyone? Right? Okay. Now, we are clear about all of this. Let's talk about Muslim League. 1 minute it will take us, but then we have to do previous year questions mains. Read 2 questions. Achha, you want me to read the 2 questions? The partition of Bengal was not based on administrative inconvenience, but thank you, Chaitanya. Thank you. I have pushed a comment from Chaitanya. That is the link. The partition of Bengal was not based on administrative inconvenience, but a much grander plan of dividing the nationalists. Elucidate the Swadeshi movement introduced into the Indian national movement. Indian national movement elements unknown previously. Discuss. Okay. Now, see, a very small thing which I need to discuss with you is the concept of communal consciousness. Now, there are 3 things you need to understand very, very clearly. Hindus and Muslims in India had stayed for 600 to 700, 800 years without a need for a separate country. Indo-Islamic culture was an amalgamation of Hindu plus Muslim plus different elements out of India. So one thing should be clear in your mind is that there was no natural antagonism between these two communities. In the same mohalla, these same religions stayed for hundreds of years without any issue. Partition of Bengal did go through, only annulled in 1911, I will tell you that. So remember one thing, that there is nothing natural between conflict between religions in India. It is rather the British who cultivated it. And this relationship was cultivated very systematically, because as the INC will become more and more powerful, there was a need to undercut the INC power, and that was through the Muslim politics. So as to say that INC does not represent the Muslims. But in 1906, there was a organization which was formed, which was called Muslim League. It's called the Muslim League. It was developed at Dhaka. Basically, it was developed by Curzon's understanding, who had taught the Eastern Bengal intelligentsia that it is in your interest to stay away from Swadeshi movement. The British had taught us that separate interests and separate agendas were linked to Hindus and Muslims. That Muslims and Hindus cannot be together because their interests are different, which is not true. But the British taught them. They said, see, if there are 8 positions within the provincial council, if you stay within the undivided Bengal, you will get 2. Now you get 8. So the concept is some men, and Muslim League did only represent some men, some handful of men, just because they wanted some power in their hand and a stable income from the British, they sold off India and in that sense also created Pakistan. So Dhaka 1906, a person called Sultan Muhammad Shah, and he was having a title which is called Aga Khan. Aga Khan is an honorary position and basically the spiritual post of Shia Muslim community. Basically, there are Sunnis and there are Shias. There are 2 communities within Muslims, Shia and Sunni. He is actually representing the Shia community. He is the spiritual head of them. He will actually form this body as called the Muslim League. You will have Nawab Wakar ul Mulk and Nawab Mohsin ul Mulk, who will be also part of it. But basically, Jinnah was not part of this movement initially. Jinnah's first membership was actually in the Indian National Congress. He was first a part of the INC, then he became a member of the Muslim League. And that change comes when we will discuss in 1909, there will be what is called a Shimla deputation, with 58 delegates of Muslims all across India will go and meet the Viceroy to say that we have our own interests. And in that group, you had Jinnah, Jauhar, Shaukat Ali, Hakim Ajmal Ansari. Hakim Ajmal Ansari is the only person who was a president of the Congress also, the Muslim League also, and the All India Khilafat Committee, which is non-cooperation. First Chancellor of Jamia Millia Islamia, and you also have the Raja of Mehbubabad. The point is, my discussion doesn't really matter with regards to who formed the Muslim League. I want to tell you one thing for sure, and you need to note this very, very clearly. The Muslim League never amounted to nothing till 1936. And I will teach you this when I will reach those periods. Between 1906 to 1936, the Muslim League was 0. Nobody knew Jinnah. When the 1936 elections will happen, Jinnah and Jinnah's Muslim League. Shalu, I'll discuss Shimla deputation. Don't worry about that. The 1906 to 1936 period, when in elections will happen after the Government of India Act 1935, the Muslim League got within the Muslim community 3% vote share. 3% vote share from all Muslims in India. But you fast forward 10 years to 1946, and Muslim League had 89.9% of the Muslim vote. And this 10-year is the period of Linlithgow. Jinnah was made from zero to hero by Linlithgow. So understand one thing, that there is nothing natural about communities fighting in India. Somehow we forgot a lot of things which the British taught us, but we remembered this thing for sure. So the concept of communal consciousness, the concept of this divide and rule, I will keep on developing. But as of right now, Swadeshi, formation of Muslim League, generally what we've discussed in this class, if it made sense, I would like to go to the previous year questions of mains. Are we clear? Whatever discussion we've had till this point, everything made sense. No issues at all. Generally clear in your mind, right? Okay, perfect. Muslim League formed 1906. Now, last week we did previous year questions out of the prelims area. Now I need to show you how you need to approach mains questions out of the modern area, because modern comes in both mains and prelims. So you need to understand that also. Muslim League Shelley formed in 1906 by Aga Khan III. End of story. Nothing more you need to know. Now, let's look at the different type of questions which have come previously till this point which you've read. In 2021, we got a question. Trace the rise and growth of socio-religious reform movements with special reference to Young Bengal and Brahmo Samaj. Now, how do you approach this type of question? First thing to be noted is 150 words. So you don't have a lot of words to play with. You don't have a lot of words to play with because it's only 150. So here you have to discuss the rise and growth of social religious reform and also have to mention about Young Bengal and Brahmo Samaj. Now, how do you write this type of question? Intro, body, conclusion. In the introduction, you need to talk about the context in which social justice reform movement started. So you would have to write, for example, that since the advent of the British in India, they had expanded and consolidated their position very systematically. And once they had introduced the concept of education policy, the next zone of intervention was the social. However, they were only ready to influence or interfere in legislative reform, specifically sati, infanticide and slavery. So therefore, there was a need for the Indians to take command and change India. Now, the first part of your body is going to deal with rise and growth. So you would have to say why did the social religious reform movement happen? So in the body you will write that, for example, the middle class intelligentsia did not like the critique and the way missionaries were criticizing Indian society. There were social evils in India which persisted, so there was a need for a better outlook also. So it is based on the moral justification which the British gave for its rule in India, along with the concept that the British were using and criticizing this concept to rule us. So therefore, our reformers rose up to the occasion and went after the social evils of child marriage, no widow remarriage, this, that, whatever you want to write. Now you will say there were two very important movements which arose or rose out in India, in Bengal. One, the Brahmo Samaj, and the Young Bengal. Now you tell me one thing. Do you have the space to write the whole history of Brahmo Samaj? No. Obviously, you will not write Brahmo Samaj became Brahmo Samaj, Adi Brahmo Samaj. No. You will just say that Brahmo Samaj represented the following and its contribution is as such. Young Bengal started by Henry Vivian Desrosiers, too radical for its time. And conclude by arguing that these two movements were very important, but other personalities such as Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, Pratna Samaj were also organizations which allowed the social justice reform movement to become what it is generally. Clear? So it's not a difficult question. It's a very straightforward question. It's about how you divide your words. Because writing these questions in 150 words is a challenge. So much to write within so less words. Right? That is the problem. Then you see, clarify. Now this question is not of history but of English literature. Clarify how the mid 18th century India was beset with the specter of fragmented polity. In conclusion, in that question, you write the importance of the socialist reform movement. Now, this question, how many pages is 250 words, is dependent on your handwriting. Small handwriting can come in 1 page. In big handwriting, it will go to 1.5 pages. So it's not pages which the teacher is going to check. Please write as much as you want right now. We can reduce the wording later. Right now, it's about writing in the right grammar and you're answering the question. That is what matters. Now, what is this question technically talking to you about? What is this question about? Mid 18th century beset with spectre of fragmented polity. What is this actually question asking you? You tell me the concept, I will... What? Internal conflict of Indian states? No. Yes, Ilma, very good. Not decline of Mughals, not establishment. I've done a small theme with you. You know that. Yes. Successor and rebel states. It's actually asking you in the mid 18th century, India was beset with spectre of fragmented polity. Beset means that if you look at the Indian political structure, the main thing which is marking it is fragmented polity. So fragmented polity means Bengal, Awadh, Hyderabad, Carnatic, Sikhs, Marathas, Rohillas. So is this question actually difficult? No, you don't have to discuss the wars here. You actually have to discuss the political scene of India. You would have to say that yes, the mid 18th century was marked by spectra of fragmented polity, and we can divide it into two parts: the successor states and the rebel states. Now, just one line about each one of them, and this question was 150 words. You will easily reach there. You want to put in a rough map, you put it, but your word should not be less. Simple point of the matter is that this question, you need to understand the question. The problem is not answering the question. For example, if you write, that Bengal, you will say successor state, Bengal. It was made independent by Murshid Quli Khan. Thereafter, it was Sujauddaulah Alivardi Khan who made it even more stronger. But the most important personality was Sirajuddaulah. Chinkilich Khan is the one who made this. Mysore came out of the Vodeyar. That way, you need to just write 2-3 lines about them. not less, not more. So you mark them on a map, but the map will take time. The map will take time. You have to write this answer within 7.5 minutes, 8 minutes. You can't do it with a map. So don't try to push in maps. It's not a geography question. Getting my point? The point is this question is not difficult to answer. It's difficult to understand because it's wording the question in a very difficult way. So that's why I said this question is not of history, but actually of English literature. If you can understand the English literature aspect, which is the language, beset, spectre, fragmented polity, you will automatically understand it. Right? Okay, very good. Now, examine critically the various facets of the economic policies of the British in the mid-18th century till independence. Are you capable of writing the basic features of land revenue settlements, how it is linked to commercialization, and then how it is linked to deindustrialization in 250 words? Anjali, how to understand the question? You need to read, your vocabulary will increase, you will understand it. So this question is just asking you, what was the logic faces? Facets means features. Revise and you will be able to write. The feature was land revenue settlement. Permanent settlement went with Zamindar, Bengal sector. Cannot write too much here again. Then you will write Daulatwari, South India with the Rayat. Malwari at the Mahal in the northwestern sector. All of this led to the concept of forced commercialization. Forced commercialization was based on the need of the British and our peasants. Thereafter, third, deindustrialization. 10 lines, 20 words, 30 words about each one of them, and your answer will be complete. So it's writing till independence. You can add drain also. Don't use diagrams. Don't do this in the examination that you make a diagram and let the examiner decide. You see. No. Don't never do that. Don't leave it to the examiner I've given it to you, you figure it out. Don't do that. Write the answer. Making flowcharts is for your understanding, not to give it to the examiner. So don't like, I made a box. Land revenue equals to commercialization equals to deindustrialization equals to drain equals to famine. Now you stop. Now you figure it out what you mean by that. Don't do that. Basic structure is going to be paragraph, then points, then again paragraph. Don't write too much about anything. Land revenue settlements, if you write about one, it will become too much. So you just have to keep it simple. 2-3 lines, 2-3 lines, 2-3 lines. Subheadings, if needed, can be given, but should be avoided generally. But if you need it, you can. Okay. Now, should we give balanced perspective? Yes, you give balanced perspective. What we write in introduction, conclusion. Introduction introduces the topic, conclusion gives you significance, impact. How subheadings work. For example, in the question of spectre, you can very simply write Bengal 1 point like that. Then you can write S this way. But it becomes too much. When it's too much, it becomes too much. That is why I say avoid it. Avoid it. 1857 was the culmination of recurrent big and small local rebellions that occurred in the preceding 100 years of British rule. A very easy question. We've already seen that. It's asking you the causes. That's it. So this question is very easy, generally. Okay. No, you are saying body is easy, introduction, conclusion difficult. It's the other way around. Body is 100 words. Introduction, conclusion is 30 and 20 words. So writing 30 words, you can only give 2-3 lines. What should be easier should be writing the introduction, conclusion. Introduction is always writing this is related to this is related to that. Historical context. On the other hand, the conclusion, impressive introduction. What do you mean by that? You write nothing in the body. By introduction, conclusion, you will get marks. Obviously, you will want. Students do this. They write very heavy words in the introduction, and then I look at the question. They've not even given the subject matter. They're not answering the question also. Don't do that. The introduction should be as small and crisp as possible. It is the body where you get the marks, where you're answering the question. Conclusion, again, nobody really cares. 2 lines you write, that is enough. First, learn how to write a body. Conclusion and introduction, we'll figure it out. You don't have to write a book that you will start to write. Here you start to write that the British came in 1615 and 1613. It was the foolishness of the Indian rulers that they allowed the British to come. This Katha Kahani will take you at least 100 words. Very simply straightforward. That the resistance was happening in India for a very, very long time. And the 1857 was the culmination of that process. Let us see how it was. End of story. So understand this point. Writing the body is important as of right now, not the conclusion and the introduction. That will automatically come to you. As it is, 30 words anybody can write. 100 words related to the question is always difficult. Conclusion is always the significance. That's it. That the revolt of 1857 changed everything for the British in India, from company to crown rule, this, that. End of story. Explain how the uprising of 1857 constitutes an important watershed in the evolution of British policies towards colonial rule. Now, this question is basically impact question. You've talked about Government of India Act 1858. If you talk about the changes in the army, and you have to talk about basically how company rule ended, crown rule started. Again, a very easy question, not a difficult question. Okay. Last question before you leave is, you wanted moderates. You see, why did the moderates fail to carry conviction with the nation about their proclaimed ideology and political goals by the end of 19th century? This question is again basically an English literature question. It's asking you, why did the moderates fail? Can you tell them? Why did prayer, petition and protest not work? This question is about failure, but do you see how the question is worded? Failed to carry the conviction of the nation about the proclaimed ideology and political goals by the end of. It's asking you, why did they fail? You will write the moderate methodology and then say that they were redundant and the British were not ready to listen. Limitations of the moderates. That's it. Upper class character. If you know, I've given you one slide with related to this, right? PP doesn't work, upper class character, not mass movement, did not believe in the people, this and that, right? So with this, we end our discussion for today. I will see you on Tuesday, Labor Day on 1st. Thank you so much. We have started the national movement. Moderates extreme is done. We'll talk about revolutionary activities, Morley Minto on Tuesday. Gandhi comes to us on Wednesday, and thereafter we enter non-cooperation, Rowlatt, CDM. So by the next week, we should be reaching civil disobedience. Thank you. Take care. Have a very, very productive weekend. And away your extended weekend, because Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'll see you again at Tuesday, same time in the morning. Thank you. Take care and bye-bye.